1,000 people with this type of wind, man, you're hearing that on the mic, right? It's really starting to enhance. And when you combine that with the rain, it's like almost like it's blistering your skin, right? It's almost like it's peeling the skin off because it's coming in so strong. And I can tell you, I mean, I know there's other areas that are dealing with even more significant winds right now than this, but the longer this goes on, the more you're thinking about that damage, the power outages, and the first responders can't come out. We already know in areas like Bradenton where we have Robert Ray, and we were talking with Brandon Kopic before, they've suspended 911 operations. They've already said, we can't get out to you. Now, Brandon and the team, Corey and Vince, they are trained professionals. So at times they'll be the first ones on the scene. They can render aid if needed. But the big concern with all of this is the extensive damage we've had. And Ian, when we look at this area, it's been highlighted not only for Tampa, through Lakeland, Orlando, out towards Daytona, as this area where there could be catastrophic flooding, because on top of all the rain that we've seen, where many locations have surpassed 5-6 inches in our area, they could get at least another 5 to 8 inches in a small amount of time. To give you an example, our St. Petersburg area, this rain gauge got over 3.5 inches of rain in 35 minutes. So we know that when this comes down, it's that torrential rain that is blinding at time. As I described it, it's blistering as it comes in. But that's where you have that flooding concern, where it's that immediate onset. And why, again, shelter in place. Anybody that's at home, if you hear landfall, that doesn't mean the event's done. If anything, that means the worst of it is coming in right now, because the full fury of Milton has arrived to the Florida Peninsula. It made landfall in Siesta Key, and now it's wreaking havoc on Tampa proper. And so this is something that we'll be watching, Ian, evolve. It's kind of fascinating to watch that swirling nature in real time of it changing, it moving through these streets. I know you've covered a lot of storms here. It's impressive what a powerful major hurricane can do to a massive city like this. And I'll leave you with this. You've talked about 2017 Irma, that negative surge. We know on the backside, though, that water comes rushing back in fast. And when you combine that with the fresh water that's already fallen, I think flooding is going to be a big thing that we're going to be watching tomorrow morning as daylight breaks here. And we'll bring you that coverage, of course, here from Tampa and all over.
Hey, Steve, you're getting the full experience here. And again, we always talk about how tropical systems present many different hazards, right? And I feel like because of what happened with Helene, there's a little bit of a celebratory response for folks that live immediately adjacent to the bay with the negative surge. But they are seeing exceptionally heavy rain right now. It's right behind you, and we're starting to see some big wind gusts from across the area. TPA, where you flew in, Tampa International Airport, 82-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 93 miles per hour at Sarasota Bradenton. Egmont Channel, that's where the pilots hang out to pilot the shipping vessels, the big boats, into Tampa Bay. There's this old lighthouse on Egmont Key. They've gusted now, Steve, to 103 miles per hour. As the crow flies, that's got to be something like, I don't know, 25 miles from you. And this is now saying, I'll have to check in with Sam, is that from Albert Wooded, downtown St. Pete? Because we now, on our top wind gusts, up to 102 miles per hour, Steve. There's always that lag, and to your point, those power outage numbers are spiking fast.
Yeah, and Ian, we're still under that extreme wind warning. Everything you're telling me, I'm thinking, okay, that verified, that verified. Extreme wind warning for us here in Tampa and surrounding areas encompassing over 2.7 million people. That's because winds could get to 110. So you've said there on the Key, they got to 102. And these are the potential sustained winds at times. We know gusts can really throttle north. You were bringing up some of those keys. By the way, we were in Lido Key yesterday. All that debris getting smacked right now and likely creating a more damage, Ian, because of this big impressive surge from Milton.
Yeah, Steve, I'm seeing here I'm seeing 64 mile per hour for a sustained wind at Albert Whitted in St. Petersburg, and a gust up to 93. So I'll do a little bit more. Oh, it was at the Skyway Fishing Pier. So that's right at the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. They closed it at 45 miles per hour, as you were reporting earlier. Well, it's now gusted up over 100 miles per hour. Steve, great work out there. We'll be checking back in. We do want to keep it out in the field in the Tampa Bay area. We'll go just a touch farther off to the south to Bradenton. That's where we find Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert, I checked your locator earlier because you had the Manatee River behind you, and it looked like it was the ocean.
Yeah, Ian, it did. It was the Manatee River. It was swelling. It was surging in, and then we had a huge pine tree fall right on one of our. It collapsed right by our vehicles. Part of it went inside of the truck where Lloyd Alford's camera is, and now we moved. Stand by. We have moved inland off of there because it was not safe with the tree debris. And you see this roadway. My God, the energy that's coming down this road right now, these wind gusts are remarkable. We still have power in this area. Power is going in and out. We've driven in this pocket, and I can tell you the stoplights are all swinging back and forth. It's very dangerous to even be here, but I'm shocked that there is still power. And when the wind gusts come in, you can see it is literally like warfare with the rain coming at the face. You got to have the glasses on at this point. It is remarkably dangerous at this point. We are flanked here by two roadways on each side. I can see in the distance stoplights that are swinging, and it is the ebb and flow of these wind gusts that are coming in. As we know, the landfall happened at 8:30 p.m. and now we are still getting the residuals of all of this. We thought that this would be one of the safest areas. We do not have trees particularly over us or power lines, and that is a good thing. And that is why we picked this location, just to show you the impacts right now here in Bradenton. As you see it coming in and feel it, and the sound rushing through, it's hard to imagine, it's hard to put this into words, but I hope the pictures are telling what's going on as mass power outages are occurring all across the peninsula. This is tough. These are huge winds right now, making their way in Milton, just wreaking havoc here in Bradenton and the Tampa area. And there is debris. I feel the vegetation coming off of trees in the distance, and they're popping and hitting the helmet. I can hear the pops in my ear. You probably can't hear that, but nonetheless, by far, these are the toughest winds we have felt all night long. And we thought when the tree fell and collapsed onto our trees that was bad enough. We tried to get down to the Gulf of Mexico. We drove, and at that point, it became so dangerous that our cars were rocking back and forth. And so what we did is we had to essentially three-point turn back on this two-lane road back into essentially civilization, because what we were trying to do is get down as close as we could to the water to see if there was surge coming into that pocket. Definitely not safe. And I'm glad we made the decision not to do that. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Robert, we're glad you did too. Wild to see what you're experiencing there. I was just actually measuring it on my phone. We got that gust. Wow. Yeah, low center of gravity there.
Yeah,
Robert, this is intense. 102 mile per hour gust. That's about 5 miles as the crow flies. I'm not sure where exactly you are in Bradenton, but if you go north-northwest, you get to the Skyway Fishing Pier. It's on the Manatee side, the Bradenton side of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. They actually opened that up. That was part of the old Skyway Bridge. They repurposed it after the tragedy that happened there in 1980. They're gusting up to 102 miles per hour. And again, that's got to be something 5 miles, maybe a touch less than that, from where you're standing.
I think you're right. And I wish I could get a location. And stand by. Let me walk and see if I can get Lloyd to yell at Jared and get a location. Hang on, guys. What? I'm coming. Stand by, guys.
You said right in town.
What's the location?
Bradenton.
What is it?
Bradenton.
Bradenton and what? What's the address we're at?
Address.
Address, guys.
43rd Street West. Manatee Avenue.
43rd Street West and Manatee Avenue.
Okay.
And that's where we're at. Brown and Sons Funeral Home, right there behind me. Palm trees just getting whooped in front of this funeral home right here. And so that's our location. It's hard to tell exactly where we're at this point because of the darkness. But again, I am just shocked that there is still power in some of these areas. Of course, we've seen flashes where, you know, obviously transformers are going, and then we see power come back on. And so I'm not sure, you know, it's great because the other area we were at near the Manatee River, there was no power whatsoever. There goes the power just went out again, at least over there to my left to your right. And now we've got a bit of a lull in the wind gusts, thankfully.
Yeah.
As I speak, it just pushes me back. I tell you guys,
Robert, I know
this
it's
is gonna
hard.
be-
I know it's hard for you to hear me. The answer, 7 miles as the crow flies from where that gust was recorded. Now, keep in mind, that was right in the middle of the mouth of Tampa Bay. Robert, you were there. I could hear it in your voice yesterday. Ian, Adalia, Debbie, Helene a couple weeks ago, and now clearly you're experiencing some of the very worst of Milton. How does this stack up?
Yeah.
I mean, we could see what's happening here.
Oh, this is as bad as I've experienced this hurricane season, by far. Nothing matches the wind gusts that we are enduring right now. And a bit of a lull, and believe me, it'll change. All you got to do is snap your finger and close your eyes, and it'll all change. There you go again. No doubt, this is the worst conditions we have experienced this hurricane season. Milton, menacing, absolutely menacing right now, whipping through Bradenton. Remarkable energy. Painful to stand out here in this, but you know something? If any first responders are watching, and anyone that's going to have to go into action tomorrow and monitor all of this, that's devastation that's going to occur, you know why there's damage, why there's catastrophic damage. There will be in areas. This is why we do this, to show the power of these hurricanes on Fox Weather. Whoa!
Robert, you always talk about this. You love weather. You love witnessing the power of Mother Nature. But like you were just talking about, you like to talk about why you do what you do. Because I'm sure there's some folks at home that are saying, what is this guy doing out there? You have Jared, a meteorologist, with you. You've been covering the weather for decades. You're doing so from a safe location. But the key here is, and like we see oftentimes when weather events turn tragic, seeing is believing. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's harder to respect it. What's going on behind you, that's what an extreme wind warning looks like.
That is right, and that is why I'm standing here. Because you know something? First of all, this is an historic storm, and this is part of the documentation. And this will also hopefully show people to evacuate. You just don't want to be in this. You don't want to be, imagine if your home is not structurally competent. And we're going to see a lot of those issues tomorrow, especially in mobile homes and on some of these beaches, power going in and out. But this is why we're showing the fury, the menacing fury of Milton. No doubt, the toughest winds I've experienced this entire season. I hope this is the end. Certainly for the peninsula of Florida, millions of people under a state of emergency, first responders getting ready, watching this coverage, monitoring the National Hurricane Center, the federal government looking, the state governments, the locals, and it's going to be a very long days ahead. And we're nowhere near, by the way, the end of Milton and its wrath as it moves in and goes in the interior and then on the Atlantic side. And let's not even forget coastal Georgia and potentially even South Carolina and some of what's going to happen. It's just a remarkable thing to be in here. And I can tell you right now, my quads are going to be real sore tomorrow. And I'm not trying to make light out of this. I'm just kind of talking my way through it, guys. Trying to make myself comfortable and get in the groove here. You know, that's what you got to do. You got to make yourself comfortable to situations, otherwise you lose it. And that's what we're all doing. Fox Weather Beast illuminating the situation. I can't say enough about Lloyd Alford in the back of that vehicle and Jared Maloney, meteorologist, just looking at the track and the models and making sure that we are safe throughout this and we're making the right turns and covering this so we're not near the surge. All of this team membership that we have here and everybody back in New York, this is what we do. We're trying to save lives by showing all this. I know I'll take criticism for standing out in this, sure, but that's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Because somebody who sees this is now going to evacuate on the next storm if they never did again, and they're going to be able to hug their loved ones.
Yes, sir. There's some of that on the social medias. There's some of all of it, Robert. But the crew that you just mentioned is as good as they come. Send them my best. We'll give those aforementioned quads a break. We'll be checking back in with you coming up in just a few minutes. Robert Ray, outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, a Fox Weather alert. We do want to show you some live pictures. Again, different strategies, same idea. This is from Nokomis. So we're back down into Sarasota County. These are remote cameras. Mark Suddeth does these. He's one of our exclusive Fox Weather storm trackers, typically deploys a dozen of these. His style is to look from afar, but be able to see many different places. You can see the surge rising up through there, and that is coming up. I'm not sure where he put this camera, if that's a business or a home. Yeah, that water is clearly rising. I'm not sure where that is in Nokomis. It could be out toward Roberts Bay. It could also be out toward Donna Bay, as that's away into some of the intracoastal waterways and away from the immediate proximity to the Gulf of Mexico. But we talked about how south of that center of circulation, those winds were more perpendicular to the coastline, and that's pushing the water in instead of forcing it out like what we're seeing up toward Tampa Bay. We'll keep an eye on this camera, and we'll keep an eye on everything that's happening. We do want to go now to the other side of the peninsula, where we're starting to see those conditions get a little worse, and that trend will continue as Milton gets farther off to the east. We got Fox Weather's Haley Meyer in Daytona Beach. Haley, what have you seen happen in there over the last couple of hours?
Hey, Ian, yeah, cameraman having to dry off the lens. It is getting very, very wet out here. We've had a brief lull, but the National Weather Service highlighting potentially catastrophic flash flooding for Daytona, but really a whole stretch across Interstate 4. So flooding is a key concern here in Daytona. We have the Atlantic Ocean, which is immediately right in front of me. We go down Daytona Beach Pier, maybe a few hundred feet, and then if you go this way behind me, maybe less than half a mile, you run into the Halifax River. So two different bodies of water that are expected to rise. Now the wind gusts have only begun to pick up. And really here, I'm in a business district. There's a lot of beach stores here, a lot of rattling with their business signs. A couple pieces of their signs have been falling off. So now big debris is starting to get tossed around. I'm not sure if you can see this here, but we've got a few trash cans falling over. Definitely not the same scenario that Robert Ray's in. I can at least stand up and be mostly upright. My knees are bent a little bit to make sure that I'm stable. Some of these wind gusts come in pretty hard. Right now, max wind gusts, I venture to guess a little over 50, 55 miles per hour. So tropical storm force gusts are here. The rain really relentless, and that's also beginning to pile up. Right in front of me, we have a lower lying area. We've got maybe a puddle of a few inches at this point. Now, if you go a little bit farther inland from my location, there's quite a few homes that say, hey, even with the strong thunderstorm, it's going to flood. So that's going to be a big concern for spots a little farther inland. As far as the power outages go, we're about 8,000 in Volusia County without power. That's a little over 2%. So honestly, not that bad for the county as a whole. In our hotel today, it is flooded with linemen ready to restore that power. I would say maybe 30, 40, 50 trucks in this area ready to respond. I mean, just the rattling from the businesses is what sticks out to me the most as the winds continue to pick up. Earlier, we had a giant Santa teddy bear. It probably had to be a good 10 pounds. That came flying. Another concern here is that storm surge. High tide is in about 5 hours. And so we'll have that onshore push of winds by the time Milton arrives, expected to be a Category 1 for this particular area here in Daytona. It'll travel just to our south. And while on the west coast of Florida, the southern edge of that center circulation got the storm surge, northern edge a lot of the rain. We'll get the rain, but we're also going to get the storm surge with that counterclockwise rotation. So double whammy here in Daytona. We're keeping an eye out on the rising water. Right now, no big concerns, but coastal erosion is really key here. Some homes got completely destroyed, sank into the river, or into the Atlantic Ocean rather, due to the coastal erosion from Hurricane Ian and from Tropical Storm Nicole. So the ground is already a little shaken up here as you get a little farther down the coastline. There are some concerns, but right now Volusia County faring okay. The worst of the weather is set to come in the next couple of hours, so we're bracing for those impacts.
Hey, Haley, yeah, we were just working on seeing what we could find for weather information as close as we could to where you're at. Up over 4 inches of rain recorded already with wind gusts over 60 miles per hour, 64 in Daytona Beach. And as you just pointed out, conditions will continue to worsen. It's the opposite with a counterclockwise circulation around that area of low pressure. You don't want to be north of that center on the opposite coast, and unfortunately, looks like you will be. So be safe. Haley, we'll be checking back in with you. Thank you. We do want to send it back out to exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic from what appears to be outer space. It's not. It's Palmetto, Florida. This is Manatee County. Brandon, how are you holding up? We just talked to Robert Ray in Manatee County. He was in Bradenton, and boy, it feels like that is the absolute worst of Milton.
Oh, yeah, right now I'm easily getting 80 to 100-mile-an-hour winds. I'm south of Tampa now, and I'm not sure if you guys saw it just pop or not, but there is now a flash flood emergency for Tampa.
That's just flashing in now to the Fox Weather Alert System, Manatee, Pinellas, Hillsborough. So where you are, up through Pinellas County, where St. Pete is, 1 million folks that live there. Hillsborough County, where Tampa is, that's another 1 million. This is a flash flood emergency, and that is a step above what's considered a baseline flash flood warning. Brandon, that means there's a significant threat to life and property.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely something that people need to take heed of, and it's such a difficult position to be in because now we're dealing with the surge and the flooding, and this is why people were stressed to evacuate, why it was continuously told you guys need to get out of the area, because now we have a flash flood emergency. We've got over 100-plus mile-an-hour winds in areas, so you need to be in your centralmost portion of your home, but if there's water rising, you're in a catch-22 situation.
Yeah, they're calling this a particularly dangerous situation. I just checked in with Sam in Weather Command. She's saying the bulletin says 10 to 14 inches of rain have fallen already. Brandon, I wanted to ask you about what it's been like tracking this, because very quickly this has developed a bit of a hybrid look to it, right? It ran into that old surface front over Florida. It's interacting with the jet, and the northwestern part of what was that inner core is super intense. You're in it. We're seeing these rain rates probably up over 3 inches per hour. But yeah, 10 to 14 inches of rain with those 100-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. Those are two very significant and life-threatening hazards.
Oh, yeah, it's something that everybody seriously needs to take serious. I hate to be redundant, but I really hope people just got out of the area. because, like I said, we're just in a difficult position where people are going to be dealing with flooding and destructive winds that are just nonstop and still going, and obviously we want to see people make it out of this safe and sound.
Yeah, that's a terrible combination when you've got fresh water coming up. It isn't necessarily surge, but some of these areas are low-lying. The drainage isn't great in some of the spots when you get rain like this. And when you consider that is in spots more than a foot of rain that's fallen already, to your point, if you didn't leave and you're having to leave because of the flooding, you got to go outside into 90, 100 plus mile per hour wind gusts. What's your plan from here on out? You are obviously in your rig, which is robust. You storm track all over the country in this. But is the plan to move farther inland with Milton?
At this point, that is the plan. Right now, we're headed up north towards the Brandon area, the I-4 corridor. We're going to continue to head north on 75 right now. And this area is starting to see some water all over the roadway, of course, but hasn't experienced flooding yet. But I think that's also in part thanks to the winds that are keeping the water off the roadways. But currently at this point, especially with nightfall, we're just trying to get out of the area. That way we don't get into a dangerous position ourselves. Yeah,
Brandon, the concern here is that this flash flood emergency that's been issued isn't the last one, because there's the cumulative effect of the amount of rain that's fallen already, yes, but then the rain that's still to come. And you kind of eyeball the motion of Milton now as it moved on shore on Siesta Key and continues to move a little bit north of east. This is putting some of the worst of the weather right down I-4. And that's leaving Tampa, going out to Plant City, Lakeland. You cross over into the Polk County, moving through Polk County and up toward Orlando. It looks like there's heavy rain and eventually these big winds every step of that way.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be flash flooding ongoing throughout the night, throughout all of Florida. We had the tornadoes earlier today. Now we've got the hurricane landfalling. You got the dangerous winds within it. You got the surge. Now you've got flooding on top of it. This is just a testament of how important it is to heed these warnings.
Brandon Kopic, a great report. That's one of our exclusive Fox Weather Storm Trackers. Be safe out driving in that. We know you will be. We'll chat with you again soon coming up here. Brandon, thank you. We do want to go back out to the coast now. That is where we find Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel. Mike, you've seen it all. We were just talking with Robert Ray over on the opposite side of Tampa Bay down in Bradenton, and the wind gusts were extreme. It appears like the area dodged where you are in Madera Beach, coastal Pinellas, the worst of the surge, thankfully, especially after Helene. But you've got this rain and you've got these big wind gusts.
Yeah, we still have that, and that big wind gust has forced me to come in to a very safe spot, a safer spot. I'm now under the hotel we're staying in because I believe that's from the top of the hotel. There's a rooftop bar and pool up on the top, the 7 or 8 floors up, and I believe that's where this blew down in about 10 minutes ago. Some of these wind gusts over 90 miles an hour. Remember, wind increases with height. So you go up to the top of the hotel, and it's going to be windier, and you just can imagine. And this blew down. It looks like it's a light object. It's not a very heavy object. It's aluminum, and it looks like some lighting fixture that came off. So it's not a very heavy piece of debris, but it doesn't matter. If that hit me up the side of my head, that would be it. So we're going to stay put right here under the hotel, and that should keep us safe, except from the wind and the rain. The wind is still howling out here, and we're still getting some heavy rainfall, but it's not raining as hard as it was. And if you look on the radar, we're getting into the area now. We're going to see the rain begin to back off a little bit, and the winds too in the next few hours, and you can see the back edge of the rain. So we are certainly through most of the rainfall. We've had anywhere from 7 to 10 inches in this area. Flash flood warning extended till 10:45. So that's how it stands here in Madeira Beach. And as you mentioned, we're doing okay from the surge perspective. The wind is still blowing mostly, it looks like still blowing offshore. And because the center went into our south, that's going to cut way back on those surge forecasts earlier today of 8 to 12 feet.
Yeah, Mike, we were talking about this with Robert Ray, but a great explanation there of, wow, Yeah, I hate that sound of that in the background, and I'm glad you're in a safe spot. I saw the beginnings of it myself when I was down there a couple weeks ago during and after Helene. The big debris piles on the Pinellas beaches. It's 35 miles of sandy beaches up and down. There was a lot of cleanup to be done. From what you've been able to tell, have these winds and the rising freshwater been enough to kind of disturb those, to lift up some of that debris or make more of a mess?
You know, it's really hard to say because we have not been able to venture away because of safety reasons, but I'm confident that most of the debris has stayed put because we have this one pile over here and there hasn't been much movement over here. I don't know if we can't see it right now. We'll have to show it to you. We're blocked by the concrete barrier here for safety. But I have to think that most of the debris has stayed put, and there is miles and miles of it. All the neighborhoods have debris up and down the streets from Helene. It was just not enough time to get it all picked up. They did some picking up yesterday. They've been doing that for a while on Gulf Boulevard. That's the main road, but nothing in the neighborhoods, at least in this area. So without the surge, or at least a much lower surge, that helps out things. And the fact that the wind is blowing, I'm sure some of the stuff has been blown around, but a lot of times when you put it in a big pile, when you've got weight on top of it, it packs it down. And we've been following this pile over here, and it pretty much is intact. So despite these winds of 90 miles an hour, we're holding our own tonight, although power outages now here in Pinellas County are up around 40%, and we're now over 1 million customers, I believe about 1.2 million customers in the state of Florida. Not surprising, and those numbers are going to go up as that core continues to move from Tampa along I-4 towards Orlando and Daytona Beach. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel for the wind and rain here in Pinellas County. It's going to be a few more hours, but that'll be it. And we've very fortunate here in Tampa from the surge perspective, but worse than expected, or as expected, south of here from Sarasota down to Fort Myers.
Yeah, Mike, I know you can't see it, but it's exactly the point that you were just making. We've got the power outage map up now, and it's really the spine of the peninsula and points west where we're seeing the big outages outside of the Treasure Coast, and that was related to some of those devastating tornadoes that spun up earlier. We've avoided the surge where you are, but the heaviest of this rain, look at this spike, and that's what Mike was just talking about right there, up into 7 figures now. That's customers without power. Pinellas County, St. Pete, down to Bradenton where we saw Robert Ray, over to downtown Tampa. These are the major population centers of the region, and they're seeing some of the heaviest rain. How concerned are you, and what are you seeing there related to freshwater flooding? Maybe not as big of a deal out on the beaches, but as you get into some of the more urban areas that don't drain as well, this is a big problem. It's the reason that the emergency was issued.
Yeah, for good reason, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some, hopefully no water rescues. Everybody should be in their houses tonight if they didn't evacuate, because away from the surge zone, the concern basically is wind. You want to stay away from the windows, and with the freshwater flooding, you just don't know how deep the water is. But in this case, on a night like tonight, it's not like we're dealing with, summertime thunderstorms where you don't have to worry about hurricanes and the surge and all the other issues. But in this case, hopefully the storm is keeping people home and off the roadways. I would think so, and that the flash flood emergency would be more of an impactful thing if the water got into people's homes, not so much people driving around and getting caught in a flooded roadway or a river or creek going over a roadway. But you're right, out here, although we've had 8 to 10 inches of rain, once the rain backs off, there's really, we've got an inch or two across the roadway because it continues to rain. But in eyesight, I haven't seen any issues with flash flooding where I'm standing. But again, we are at the beach. Look at that wind gust. Well, that one, that's pretty fresh right there. That's got to be 40, 50 miles an hour right there.
Yeah, you got that cart blowing behind you too. So yeah, I'm glad you're back in that sheltered area because there's certainly stuff moving around.
That. No, yeah, we're staying put. No, I'm no cowboy. I've been through enough of these. I don't put myself. I try to lower the risk as much as possible and keep the only thing hitting me is wind and rain and sea foam. But boy, this wind is blowing around stuff. You can see things. Now, the stuff blowing around in the background, that's styrofoam for the most part. Styrofoam and paper. So it looks impressive, but that's just, right there, that's just styrofoam. But look at the wind over there now. And I think we're starting to get some change in wind direction from what I can see from the way the palm trees are moving. I'm going to check it out once we get off air and give you an idea next time we talk.
Sounds good, Mike. We'll let you go. We're going to head back over to the other side of the bay, but we'll be checking back in. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel, thank you. Let's do that. Let's go back across the bridges. We're going, first, that's the live look from Sarasota Bay. This is another one of the cameras, the remote ones from Mark Sudduth that I was mentioning earlier. I'm looking to see if we can see much in the way of surge on Sarasota Bay. I guess previously, yeah, you could see some items floating. We'll get back to the surge numbers coming up, but we do want to get back to downtown Tampa. That's where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Steve Bender. Steve, I know you guys have had some issues with your connectivity. You're in the flash flood emergency. 10 to 14 inches of rain have fallen already. Clearly, it's still pouring.
Yeah, it's coming down hard, Ian. We had some problems only because of the rain coming down. It's just difficult to stay dry, and so you're looking at the intensity of this wind coming in, truly still feeling the impacts. That flash flood emergency just issued not too long ago. You said 10 to 14 inches of rain. I mean, St. Petersburg, they saw over 10 inches of rain in just 3 hours alone. So it just shows you that it's coming down hard and fast, and we're starting to see a pond here a little bit. This isn't bad, though. This is actually decent. The drains have really held up, but we're protected by this kind of structure that we've been in. But as you look across the intersection, and as I start to get into this, just to show you the intensity of the wind that comes in when you're coming in at a different direction, right? So it just shows you down these streets, it creates almost this funnel. And then as I walk back in closer, we're protected by that wall. So what it shows you is that the wind is kind of swirling around. It comes in hard, but the power outages are really starting to ramp up. And that's something that we're going to see the longer this event goes on and the longer this rain comes in. What makes this so difficult is that first responders can't get out right now, right? They've suspended many of their operations in Manatee County and so many of these different counties. Rain totals continue to stack up. And I'll be honest with you, rain gauges really have a difficult time of getting this. Remember, you think about a gauge, it has to fall into that. This is coming in horizontal. And when I'm watching this kind of flow in to these kind of larger buildings, there's this impressive kind of downdraft or ebb and flow with the currents of rain, and then it'll come flying through. So it's that pressure washer effect as it goes through the downtown metro area. I will say this, down this area, right at the end of our show, Ian, when you and I were talking actually at the top of your show, we heard this kind of scraping noise. This was a metal siding, probably about 10 to 15 feet long, and it kept going all the way down. Thankfully, we had some people who were able to grab that debris, bring it off to the side over there, so that's no longer a problem. But right now, lights are still on in the Tampa proper area, so that's a good sign that we still have power. The question is, how long is that going to last? And then on the backside of this system, Ian, that's where I had that concern of that surge coming back in. We talked about the negative surge, looking good so far, but we know the backside of this system will be an oppressive wind event. That frontal boundary, the upper level jet, all of that kind of fueling this instability and the acceleration of Milton that we've seen. Why we had landfall in the 8 o'clock hour and not the 11 p.m. or the 1 a.m. hour that we were anticipating when we started today. Milton has been moving fast, and it hasn't slowed down at all. And even as it's moved and made its official landfall at Siesta Key or nearby, it is still very impactful on the northern side of this system. Again, seeing that wind gust really start to throttle in. Hey, Ian, you and I, we were talking about all of that rain, what triggered the flash flood emergency. And all of that, St. Petersburg had 102-mile-per-hour gusts. Talk about a 1-2 punch coming into the Bay Area, even though, thankfully, we missed the storm surge threat out of all of this.
Yeah, Steve, that was at the Skyway Fishing Pier, so right on the southern side of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Incredible to see what's happened with some of that. We also had that gust at Egmont Key, which was up to 103. Steve, we see how soggy it is out there. Wanted to give you the heads up. Not only have we seen those gusts like you were talking about over in St. Pete, Albert Whitted Airport, right there in downtown St. Pete, recorded 3.26 inches of rain in 35 minutes. So you extrapolate that over an hour, that's something like half a foot of rain an hour, 6 inches per hour. That is what generates a flash flood emergency. So be safe, Steve. We'll be checking back in with you in Tampa shortly. Thank you. 102-mile-per-hour gusts as well, down at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. We've been showing you some of these vantage points. That's Nokomis back down into Sarasota County, over on the opposite side of the beaches, over into mainland Sarasota. But you've got some of those smaller bays and the river close by. We want to talk to the man that put all these cameras out there. It's exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Mark Suddeth. Mark, I haven't had a chance to talk with you about this one. I know you may have picked some of these areas. You've got what do they call it? Honeypots, like in fishing, right? You always have your locations where you know where to put them to help tell the story of the storm. But you were telling a similar story 2 weeks ago. What have you seen on the feed so far tonight?
Well, it has been nothing short of. We can't even make it through this interview. Because the power is connected to the internet, of course.
There you go, okay.
But so listen, right, so I'm safe where I am. That's the bottom line. That's why we have these cameras out. So you're looking down there at Nokomis, and we have multiple cameras in some of these areas. Punta Gorda, the surge coming up there, the boat that was in the shot now lifted up several feet because the surge is doing that. This has been a strange landfall, the way the hurricane is asymmetrical. But it doesn't matter. These impacts are happening. These cameras are working at night because they're specially designed for that. We've put a lot of effort into this because we want to tell this historic story and do so safely. And I'm over here. Look at that power flash live right here on TV as it's happening. You know, this is what it's all about, and I'm very glad to be a part of it. Yet it is a very stressful situation for Floridians, for sure.
Yeah, I know all about that, seeing the power flash kind of up close and personal with what we saw a couple weeks ago in Helene. As you're looking out at some of these, typically you're placing these to capture surge. I know you've done a lot of research, and it's to tell the story of surge. Do you have any of the cameras this go around in spots that are showing some of the freshwater flooding occurring? You consider the population centers, St. Pete, Tampa, down toward Bradenton, all are included now in this flash flood emergency.
I do. There's one, and that's the irony. It was set up for the surge. It's on Bayshore in Tampa. And I don't know if you guys can pull that up, but we set that up a few hours ago. And it was incredible during Helene because it was the surge. But in this situation, the water that is in the shot is all from the freshwater flooding, the rainfall. Bayshore completely inundated because of rainfall, and the lights are still on there, so we're able to see it. And you know what's interesting, Ian, is you can see these downbursts of wind energy with that rain, and it really gets exacerbated in that particular shot because it's still, the power's still on, which I think is a testament to the grid up there. Oh, I'm getting an emergency on my phone here. Let me see if I make that go away. That's annoying. All right, there we go. Emergency alerts coming in. It's like, it doesn't end, does it? But so, yes, we do have a shot there in Tampa on Bayshore, and it is capturing that freshwater flooding.
Yeah, Mark, we're going to work to get that one up because, you know, living down in Tampa for a long time, you get a bad summertime thunderstorm that's putting down some pretty good rain rates, and Bayshore starts to flood fast. It isn't built to handle 6 inches per hour rain rates that we've measured in some of these areas. Quickly before we let you go, wanted to ask you here, the concern moving forward. This has turned into kind of a hybrid-ish looking storm pretty quickly, and almost like the intense snow you would see northwest on a nor'easter.
Yes.
You've got this heavy rain. It doesn't look like that's going to quit in the short term.
It is not, and that is I'm glad you mentioned that. This is going to roll right near the I-4 corridor. Orlando, you're getting it in a few hours. Lakeland, where I am, we are just probably minutes away from getting the power knocked out here, and then it's going to exit somewhere near Daytona or Melbourne. A long night ahead with with a violent hurricane here in Florida.
Yeah, and not too far from you, you got Lakeland Linder Airport, and that's where NOAA's Aircraft Operations Center, a beautiful facility that they built several years back, and that's where the NOAA hurricane hunters fly out of, that provided all those critical flights and the data into this storm. Mark, the vantage points from your cameras always tell the story. Great to chat with you. We'll be checking back in.
You betcha. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you. All right, let's move all the way across the peninsula now, which is what we were just talking about. At least it will eventually get there. I say that. We've had some big wind gusts over on the opposite side already. And as I say that, quickly, 69-mile-per-hour sustained wind reported at Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport. And the gust isn't even registering. So I'll see what the last we saw was 102. I wonder if that's starting to fail. Truly, we'll watch. We'll keep an eye on that sensor. But yeah, that's a big sustained wind. Let's go back to the other side. Daytona Beach now gusting as high as 64 miles per hour. That's where we have Fox Weather's Haley Meyer. Haley, have the winds picked up since we last chatted?
Yeah, Ian, definitely winds are howling right now. We are sitting in the car in between live shots to keep everything as dry as we possibly can. The car's starting to jostle around as well. So you're talking about maybe a ton in terms of how much that weighs, and the wind can pick it up. The palm trees, they are just blowing. We're seeing a lot more vegetative debris just strewn about. Maybe you can see it in my shot, maybe not. We have some trash cans that are knocked over. Right now, though, the tide is still rising. Just immediately off to my left-hand side, that's where we have a beach access point for a lot of vehicles and boats. And that's where the water is slowly beginning to climb. If we are going to get any significant surge shots here where we're at, it would come from this general area. But we are still just fighting back away from that low tide, entering into high tide in a couple of hours. That's going to be really key here. We're not quite to hurricane force, as you pointed out, but that is imminent for this area at this point. I always keep going and checking back on the Florida power outages, checking in for Volusia County. We are now at 10,000, so about 3-4% of the county without power right now. And again, this is before the worst of the conditions do get to this particular area. So I would venture to guess we'll maybe see about 50% of the county without power potentially when this storm really does begin to come in over the next couple of hours. For Tampa Bay's sake, I am glad that the center of circulation went just towards the south. That's great news in terms of their storm surge. That was an area really on high alert. Unfortunately, though, that does spread that negative energy a little farther down the west coast. As far as the east coast goes, about 5 feet of storm surge is the height. We already have vulnerable coastline with the coastal erosion from storms past. There's even a big beach restoration project with Ian and Nicole, 6.6 cubic yards of or cubic something, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but they displace that much in terms of sand, and they're trying to replace all of that right now. They haven't been able to do those projects because of the weather that we've had across Florida. And unfortunately, they'll probably have to wait a little bit longer to see what happens by the end of this. The only people out right now are just police officers. They're making their rounds. We are in that mandatory curfew, started at 8 p.m. on Wednesday. We'll see rain, wind just hounding our area at least for the next 4 or 5 hours before things will begin to calm down. But at this point, Ian, I've got to say, if this is just the early onset of what the worst to come is, unfortunately, we might be looking at a bit of a different scenario here for some of these coastal businesses. They have a lot of small knickknacks on their signs that could come and fly around. We've had some interesting debris flying in the area as well. So there'll be a lot to report on in the next couple of hours. Conditions still deteriorating here. We're a good about 200 miles or so, maybe about a 2.5-hour drive from the Tampa Bay area. A lot of evacuees actually coming here. So that wind field, it's great, and it's coming our way with the hurricane force.
Yeah, Haley, I saw some of your reporting yesterday, and you were talking with folks that have dealt with some of these storms. And Nicole, we saw what happened back with Irma. Did a lot of folks clear on out? Are you seeing much in the way of activity? Because as you pointed out, you've seen some significant wind gusts of over 60 miles per hour. A lot of that rain, but the worst is still most certainly to come.
Well, we haven't really talked to a ton of people here that decided to evacuate. We have shelters that are in place for a lot of the schools. There's pet safety shelters. There's folks with special needs, so any life conditions here, any medical conditions, they have staff there for them. But most people decided to ride this storm out at home. And really, from the folks that I talked to, their biggest concern is actually the wind gusts versus the storm surge and even that rain as well. They're more worried about the winds because with Ian, we had some significant problems here with roofs being blown off of some homes, and that was a good 75, 80 mile per hour wind gust. And as you mentioned, right now we're going at around 65 miles per hour with the worst of the winds still yet to come. So the wind is that key factor here. Storm surge also going to be a bit of a problem for those vulnerable areas a little farther down to my south in Daytona Beach shores.
Yeah, we've got this interaction with Milton proper, of course, but that old front of the upper level jet will have some winds screaming their way across the peninsula. We got a long night left to go with Milton. Haley, thank you. It's what I mentioned. That sensor, by the way, SRQ, we just confirmed it. It's down for the time being. It might be broken at Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport, gusting up over 100 miles per hour. We got a ways to go. Keep it here with Fox Weather. This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back to Fox Weather's continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Ian Oliver. You're looking at a live picture there. That is the mainland Sarasota side of the bay there. It's Nokomis, Florida, opposite side of the beaches into the Intracoastal Waterway. Boy, have we seen some high-impact weather. We've got an ongoing flash flood emergency. Hillsborough, Pinellas, down into Manatee. That includes Tampa, St. Pete, down to Bradenton. Huge wind gusts right at the mouth of the bay, where you can see the lighthouse if you spend some time out there, maybe at Fort DeSoto State Park. You look out toward Egmont Key, they've now recorded a wind gust there up to 105 miles per hour. It appears as though the weather sensor at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport failed. At least it's not reporting data right now, and that was with a gust up to about 103 miles per hour. So this is where we stand right now. 10 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, winds of 110 miles per hour. So a strong Category 2. Its motion east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. We just got Fox Weather's hurricane specialist Brian Norcross back in the studio. So let's visit for an update. Brian, I was talking to Mark Sudduth about this, and it was something that we talked about in the lead-up. This has almost... It's not halfway there by any stretch of the imagination, but it's taken on this kind of Frankenstein hybrid look. And the northwestern quadrant of this, almost like you would see in a nor'easter, is where we see the high impact weather. That's over the high population spots.
Yeah, and it's evolving into a nor'easter is what it's doing. I mean, it's interacting with the jet stream, all these sort of northern weather things. Matter of fact, we have kind of two systems. We have a tropical system to the south where we have these bands that have come through. And although we had this excessive number of tornadoes today for a Florida tropical hurricane.
Right.
I mean, because the northern part up here, this is really being influenced by the jet stream, which is northern weather pushing down. In October, we get these kinds of things. But I wanted you to notice on the track here, so it made this hard right, which was sort of forecast, although we didn't know where that was going to happen. Was that going to happen just a little farther north, right?
What's that, an hour? 2 hours?
Right.
Would have made all the difference with that.
Crazy for the water in Tampa Bay. As it turned out, they got the wind instead.
And the water, but fresh water.
Fresh water, yes. Yeah, tremendous amount of fresh water. So anyway, it's coming in here and going like this, and this eye wall, this northern piece of the eye wall, is going to go with it. So that's going to take it into central Florida and a whole populated I-4 corridor going over there, including the theme parks. And so you can see here, again, look at the line. Draw a line from Tampa over to Melbourne. It's all north of there,
right,
is where everything is happening. And it's really a difference in the atmosphere between these two areas. This line out here is the incredible squall line, one of them that came through. Another one well out here, getting out of radar range, that came through Florida earlier today that caused all those tornadoes. And I've never seen, actually, in a Florida hurricane, this number of tornadoes. In Hurricane Ivan, that went up just east of the Pensacola area, went up into the southeast, tremendous number of tornadoes across the southeast. But now, in that case, you're driving a tropical hurricane up into northern air, and the elevation is increasing and all kinds of other things to cause it. Here, and in Port St. Lucie in St. Lucie County, we had multiple deaths there from one of those tornadoes. I mean, these were very strong, unusually strong tornadoes for Florida at any time, let alone in a situation like this. But it was because of a couple of strange things. One was the track coming at an angle like that. The other was this strong jet stream coming down, which was responsible for weakening the storm. Remember, we had a Category 5 hurricane here, and then that jet stream came in and drove the dry air in. And it also kind of energized this tremendous tornado outbreak, 126 up to this point. And we still may have more tornadoes associated with this. Now, for the Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg metropolitan area, with the hurricane to the south, the wind is blowing out, as Ian was talking about. We've had down here at kind of at the south end of the bay, a couple reports over 100 mile an hour gusts. St. Petersburg the airport there on the bay where it's exposed to the wind coming off the water there, wind gusts into the 90s there. And I checked, by the way, out here in Clearwater where the wind is pushing the water offshore, and it's about 2 feet below the normal tide, even though the tide is coming in. And so the wind is pushing the water offshore there. So storm surge is not the issue in Tampa. Wind and rain and flooding from the rain, that's the issue. Down farther south, here we don't have any real reports in there. The power is out. The wind measuring devices are not working in between Sarasota, which that one has gone out as well now, and all the way down to Punta Gorda. But with this onshore wind, we know the water is piling up against the coast. The forecast there for up to 13 feet. But we don't know exactly what is happening right now until we get down to Fort Myers and Naples. Naples is above the Helene level now that caused flooding there in Naples, so we assume there is flooding underway in Naples. Fort Myers is not quite to the same level, but it's getting there, and the tide is coming in. So there may be more tide to come yet in downtown Fort Myers up the Caloosahatchee River. It's all about the angles, as you know, Ian, exactly where the maximum water rise is when the water has to go in a waterway. So if it's a little bit off, you don't get as much in, but if it's right on, boy, that water can go miles inland. And that's what we're seeing to some degree there in the Fort Myers area in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, and those are big numbers already, right? The warnings go up it's 3 feet, right?
Right.
It's a life-threatening surge ongoing in both of those spots right now. That's a live picture from Tampa, Florida. That is where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Steve Bender. Steve, Cody and I were just taking a look at the numbers. Tampa International Airport, over the last 24 hours, most of it coming in the last 12, clearly, and over the last 6, truly, it's 8 and almost a quarter inches of rain recorded, and it's pouring still, clearly. That's why there's this flash flood emergency. What have you seen playing out over the last half an hour or so? Because it's concerning with how much heavy rain still needs to get through, and obviously how much rain has fallen already.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Ian, the rain hasn't let up. The wind definitely hasn't let up. The wind at times actually accelerating. It's so interesting when you're in a big city like this, when you're talking about how the wind funnels down these different streets, and you'll kind of get it almost actually accelerating once it hits a corridor. You hear that? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'm going to lose my hat. That's going to be gone. But, all right, so that just went by. So now we're good, right? It's that ebb and flow. And what we found out is a lot of these street signs are starting to come on down. So it's this eerie feeling because you got the roar of the wind, right? And then with that, Ian, if you look at this is a big old sign. I know you lived here for a while. This is that Heart bus sign. I mean, this is sheet metal. It was scraping along the road. We've seen this. And then about 2 blocks down, I heard another sign collapse, and it went barreling down. So I just wanted to pick this up. We're going to secure it down. We're going to put it away so we don't have any of this flying around. But that's kind of the hazards that are at play right now when you're talking about not only a big wind event, but the longevity of this. I'll tell you what, Ian, that just kind of came from behind me. It's like this swirling. Like before it was hitting me right in the face, right? Then it was coming in on the side. Now it's coming back around. So it's just interesting to watch how it swirls around. And as I'm watching it come off the top of these roofs, it's like a waterfall inverse, like inverted waterfall, where it's just blitzering off the top of it. Really, what we're talking about in total is the full fury of this. The eye wall's coming in. You had mentioned the rain, right? Over 8 inches here in Tampa, this area. St. Petersburg clipsing 10 inches. And all of this in a short time frame. This is one of the limited scenarios. I mean, this is very isolated from where we're at, where there's this rain and all of that's kind of ponding here. This is not significant. My concern was, hours ago, we've been looking at these drains. They're all clogged up. There's all types of debris that's coming in, whether it's the leaves or the branches. It's all getting snarled up in there. And the longer this rain event goes on, the more that kind of backflows and ponds all the way out here. So why it's been so important for everybody to kind of heed those warnings. Initially, it was the evacuation warnings. Now we're in that flash flood emergency. And you know, it was warranted in, and I can see that this rain ain't going anywhere. This looks like it's going to be going on all overnight. So if you're watching this, by the way, everybody, if you're in your shelter, hunker down, come out tomorrow when it's better, and we'll start to see what the damage is like after Milton.
Doesn't really jive real well with what we're seeing.
Steve, we were actually just taking a look at the numbers with the wind direction, and yeah, Brian was making the point too. It doesn't necessarily, everything's not all square with the radar presentation and what we're seeing with some of the sensors, but Sam was just looking at it, and to your point, at least Tampa International Airport has shifted from northeast now to north. That's what Sam was looking into. Cody found over at Albert Whitted Airport, other side of the bay from you in St. Pete, they're up to 14.5 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. So if you needed a reason why a flash flood emergency has been issued, that's it right there.
And a big thing, Ian, by the way, is that this is not isolated to us, right? We got to tell people in Lakeland, Orlando, Daytona, all this I-4 corridor, you are in the zone of this northern side of the storm. So, I mean, what we're seeing play out here in Tampa, likely to play out in your region overnight tonight. So, not one of these type of nights to try to get out to see what the damage is like. You want to make sure you ride out the full extent of Milton.
Yeah, no question. And it's coming attractions and not in a good way at all. Steve, be safe. We'll talk to you soon. We do want to move a little bit farther off to the south, back down to Bradenton, Florida, where we find Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert, I'm not sure if you could hear that. We were talking about the freshwater concerns here with up over 14 inches of rain at St. Pete. Tampa was up over a foot or so. What have you seen with the wind? Because you're still in the northwestern part of what was that inner core.
Yeah, it's not letting down here, Ian. I can tell you that. And I can hear my reverb in my ear of my voice. As you can see, a massive gust right now. This is the kind of wind that'll bring you to your knees. And this is why no one should be out. And that's why we're out here trying to illustrate why there are evacuations and why people need to heed the warnings of these major hurricanes. And this one, Hurricane Milton, just the scary part right now is the fact that this is nocturnal. It's in the middle of the night. And it's tough, obviously, impossible to see any projectiles in the area. And that is why I'm constantly moving like this, and I'm bracing myself because these wind gusts have brought me to my knees several times in the past hour, and they have not let down. In fact, the rain has gotten more intense in this area from what I can tell. There are moments when we can take a second to go into the vehicle, and the vehicle is just getting rocked back and forth, back and forth. And we positioned ourselves away from power poles, so if indeed they do fall, they don't fall on our vehicle. We had a tree come down earlier when we were on the Manatee River, and that's why we had to leave that area. Power transformers have been blowing up in this area. We've seen the flashes, the purple and the orange hues. And, you know, the thing is the funeral home right over there, maybe you probably can't see it. They're on a generator, obviously. That's how they're sustaining. Earlier, when we were making our way off of the Manatee River, we were looking at stoplights that were just swaying back and forth above us. And some of the signs just flickering like this, ready to be ripped off. Any structure that is compromised is not going to make it in a wind field like this. Well over 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The sustained, I don't know what the sustained is, but these wind gusts are just rocking this area right now. Milton is just relentless. And again, nocturnal hurricane, not good. So scary. First responders can't be out here.
Avatar: The Last Airbender.